Okay, folks, good morning. And here's one of those tufts of lint that just I was talking about earlier. Okay, so we spent a couple hours yesterday kind of prepping the next vehicles I have, and I've got this up here. I don't know that I don't know that I like. This is where it is because it was on the floor. Yeah, this is what we have. We have all these dust bunnies of like lint that's made out of fibers from our clothes. It's always like a blue color. I don't really want this here. I guess I'll use this. I hate all this distraction. I usually just go out and buy some of this stuff. It's relatively inexpensive. I've never bought it. I've always just like used it from other people's stuff. I just hate looking at all this chaos here. Really hard to see the screen. So I did so much talking last night on the live show that almost lost my voice. Okay, well, I don't sound very good, but I feel almost 100%. Maybe this is a little bit better. It's the palm tree here. Like somebody making one of those avocado toast. It's my avocado toast assembly station. So we've got 6 vehicles that we prepped, and we need to give them the brown wash on the parts, and that'll dry, and then we'll look at what we need to add to them. But we definitely need to do that, and 1, 2, 3 are already designed. Now that I'm taking a look at this. Yeah, the buffing thing took off part of the paint, but honestly, it's better than how it was before. Because we're going to end up weathering that, and you won't be able to tell the difference. Plus, it's likely it has a top weapon anyways. So I'm going to do is I'm going to make sure we give these things a brown coat, which isn't going to make that much of a difference. It'll make the most difference with Fubuki than the others. Let me get my pictures up here that I took off my notes. Well, yeah, I gotta do the brown stuff on these. So let me focus on doing the brown wash on these 3 vehicles first, and then I'll stop and we'll pull some of the parts out that I have here in the parts bin and see what else they're gonna have with them. All right, so we're gonna need strong tone. We're gonna need this side will work. There's nothing hanging out over on this end. I will take a little bit of water. And I'll need my glasses to be able to find a brush that hopefully is not too filthy. This one should do fine. We may cut down Fubuki on what is on her. Did I leave myself? I take them all outside. I'll just remove one from here. move that thing around without touching it. Geez, no wonder. Yeah, at first I looked at this car and I'm like, man, I want a Z, but I don't know about this pink. This pink. What the hell am I gonna do with pink? And it's got flowers on it. I just decided to embrace it and make it a. We're gonna make a lady driver. Well, why it's got to be pink and be a woman's car? Well, it doesn't. I've got another car that's specifically not going to be a woman. It is a pink car, but it doesn't have flowers on it. I think pink and flowers, you're a girl. It's, in my book, it's my world, damn it. That's how it works. Let's try this. Hopefully this doesn't have enough. I'm out of brushes that are not contaminated at this point, and I need to go back. I need to go back and clean it. Oh, wait a second. This one doesn't have anything on it. Let's try this one. I just don't. It'll leave like little bits of old paint, which is fine, but not on this one. This is going to be pretty. This is going to be pretty clean, not dinged up looking. Too heavy. Let's lighten this up a little bit. I don't care so much about going into these crevices. It's just mainly just modifying the color slightly so it looks so much, that looks so much better. I don't care about going into the crevices. We're actually going to go in there and get in there with the black lining and stuff like that. We just want to alter the hue, tint, whatever you want to call it, to make this look like it's been driven around a racetrack a little bit. Yeah, that's infinitely better. You know, I'm not a fan of war paints themselves. That does not mean I hate them. I just prefer the way Vallejo behaves on normal paints. However, these little washes are incredible. They thin really well with water. And they come as thick as you'd ever want them. And it's just a matter of thinning them down. And they don't separate with water. I've been really happy with this product. And yeah, I could make my own mixes, but who cares for this? We'll paint all the headlamps and the tail lights and everything as long as they're appropriate. You go into battle with headlights painted? Yeah, it looks better. It's a fantasy game. We can pretend that you've got to use the lights or you get a fine or something like that. The popo will come after you. Which as a kid, that's the first vehicles I would have wanted, is police cars. I've never been into fire trucks, but police cars, always wanted police cars. I don't know, maybe as a kid you want respect. Like, oh man, people get out of that guy's way when he turns his lights on. Respect the police. went to the dentist in, which is in the next small town over. I mean, they're kind of connected. They're the city limits. It's two separate towns, but this town, I have to go through a school zone just before the dentist office in the town that I go to. And, man, this voice is, I don't know if I'm going to make it. The crossing guard stops me. And I can see I'm like 3 cars back from where the crossing guard's actually stopping the cars. And all I can see is off to the side, and I see somebody that's like, it's some adult, along with a crossing guard, and I was surprised that it was not a crossing guard. It was actually the police. I'm not gonna say officer. They're not a deputy because they weren't the sheriff, but an officer of the police department of that small town is sitting off to the side, and it's a lady officer. And she's, let's just say, not in the best shape. I don't know if I don't want to brag like I can outrun her because I'm not a really good runner. But I think I'd be able to outrun her, which means she's out of shape. But I'm like, well, I wonder who's directing traffic. Maybe it's just an officer that's just watching to see how this field service technician or something like that, because that's sometimes what they use here around here is they'll grab a field service technician that's not doing anything and use them to, I don't know, practice doing crossing guard or something like that. I've seen it before. The traffic starts moving, and it's another traditional police officer of this small town, and this guy's huge. I don't know if he could chase a freaking donut going down the road. I mean, he was huge, and I'm like, man, you guys gotta have some standards. Wow, I thought it was just a joke. We just can't get anybody to be a police officer or whatever. I don't mean huge like The Rock. Huge like, you're not going to catch a perpetrator. Period. Okay. What is all this other nonsense? Switch between dismiss. Stop encroaching on my space. Okay. All right, so we've got a thin brown coating on this, and I do mean thin. We still want it to be pink. And you still want to be able to see the flowers. It's like a freaking fail if you cover those two things up. Now, let's see if I can be crafty with this. Stuff that really dries pretty quick. All right, that's flowering Fubuki. This one is the Mescalade. Or Methcalade. I haven't decided which one to do, whether we're going to put an S in there or not. Methcalade. And all we've done to these vehicles is just took them apart. We're going to go a little bit thicker here because otherwise you're not going to be able to see the color differentiation at all. All we did was add a flat spray to it. That dulled them, which made them easy to see some of the details. And it allows this wash to attach itself to it. But anyways, cop cars. I don't think I even have one. I've got like 200 cars. I don't have a single cop car. Now, I'm going to build cop cars, but they're going to be NPCs. They're not going to be controlled by anybody. And they're probably not going to be armed with weapons. Traditional weapons. They're not going to have miniguns on them and stuff like that. It's not a racing team of cops. It's like literally the fucking cops. Good morning, Marcus. I was talking about you last night. I painted some of the... I went ahead and primed the bottom of some of these vehicles just for you. I almost always prime the bottoms. It's painting them with detail that... Well, I gotta cut some corner. I might as well... That's just a corner I'm comfortable cutting. Sorry, we're not working on any traditional World War II stuff, but... Still talk about World War II stuff. I need to go back to finish my World War II reading. I haven't. That's the thing about this post-apocalyptic car stuff. There's no interesting. There's no reading I'm interested in reading about. You know, Mr. White, welcome. You know, I don't want to read like, oh, let me read a Mad Max book. I don't give a shit about that. I've actually never seen Mad Max. I tried watching it one time, not that long ago, for the first time. Again, when did the movie come out? 80, 81, and it's rated R. How the hell am I going to see a rated R movie when I'm like 9 years old? Okay. Let's see if we can do this as well. Pop this out and slide this guy over here. And the bully goat, that's what we're going to call it for now, because that's what it says on the side of it in graffiti. Bully goat. I don't mind graffiti as long as it's not on my house. It's like tattoos for cars, I guess. Don't put it on my skin. Don't put it on my house. Oh, you don't like tattoos? Don't put it on my fucking skin. You do whatever you want with yourself, but... You like miniature stuff? The cars are cool. It's the same scale. I'm still not cheating. It's the scale-ish. Same scale-ish. I watched Christine with your family last week. Great old horror movie. Never seen it. Is that Stephen King? Does he have like a horror thing with cars? Because the one I haven't seen it in so long, but I remember it was just ridiculous. Was it Maximum Overdrive or whatever? From like 1986. That's the one that AC/DC did the song to, the soundtrack to. I think that's another, like, it just doesn't seem very believable. Speaking of horror, man, I really probably should work on the clowns next. Because, you know, people think clowns are a horror thing. You know, I haven't seen any horror movies with clowns in them. So, I haven't seen very many horror movies to begin with, but... And I'm not in search of seeing very many horror movies. They put ideas in your head that flat out just don't exist. Yeah, there's a lot of stuff about horror movies I don't like. First of all, I don't like, you know, I don't like bad things happening to pretty girls just because they're pretty. I got a problem with that. Like, that bothers me. That's because you're too chivalrous. I don't know what it is. It does. I don't like it. It bothers me. And I don't like jump scares. I don't like demonic shit. Especially when it involves like masks. Demonic masks. Like, no. Absolutely not. I mean, the only reason to watch a horror movie, I would think, would be like, if you're having a hard day at work, you're like, man, at least my day's not like that asshole, that horror film. I just got to go back to the job I hate, you know? I mean, make you, make you feel better about that. No mobile phones, no computers. You like the new YouTube format. What's different about it? I don't know. I didn't mean to change anything. YouTube did it all for you without me asking. If there's something different. All right, that is the bully goat or something like that. Whatever the hell it's called. Let's go ahead and do this. This is definitely a redneck mobile. Jerry rigged. I don't know that we're going to call it jerry rigged, but I feel like this model has been around for a long time. It's already in redneck primer gray. This looks like something to be called like Skeeter's Scooter or something like that. Stuff actually does not take long to dry, thankfully. You can keep the screen fully open with chat showing. Oh, that's excellent. You know, the only horror movies I've seen, you would call horror movies, I've seen a fair amount of. I've seen all the Saw movies, unfortunately. The first movie's excellent. You know, the other thing I like about horror movies is it gives people that are not well ammunition to go come up with other devious things. There's some fucked up things in movies that if somebody's unhinged, it's dangerous in the wrong hands. It's dangerous in the wrong hands. And I talked about that a little, a couple of months ago. I got a friend of mine who has a daughter who's not well. I mean, she's not a serial killer, but she's definitely not well. And part of the not well part is I think she's caught glimpse into the stuff that her dad watched. I'm not going to judge and say it was intentional that she showed it to her, but you don't need to be seeing demonic shit or people being cut up or that kind of stuff as a child. You need to okay, this is right, this is wrong, and you're 18 years old or 19 years old or whatever. Okay, all right, you can hold the job, you can go to the job every day. All right, now we can unleash these other things on you, and you're not going to be swayed. I had I had parents that were really strict about the stuff I could watch on television and my bedtime. The bedtime was the real problem. But they were really strict about the stuff I could watch. Not like, Mormon strict. No offense to you Mormons, but I was allowed to have caffeine. But, I was just, there was a lot of stuff I didn't get to see. I didn't get to see a rated R movie. You can't see that, it's too violent. I didn't get to watch Miami Vice when it was on. That kind of shit. And I think, I mean, there's something to be said for that. I didn't go that strict on my daughter, but it was like, we gave her some responsibility and then see how she dealt with it. And if she dealt with it responsibly, then okay, well, you can handle that. And here's a little bit more, but what's the name for the pink car? So let me tell you the story about the pink car because you're one of those Japanese guys. Meaning, you got a fondness for some things Japanese or things Asian, anyways. So I came across this Z, which I wanted for my Japanese team, and it's pink. And I've talked about this before, but you're not on at all times, so you probably missed it. I was going to repaint this thing. And then I'm like, when I build Hell Wench, I realized, well, that's a female driver. Well, why don't I have some female team members, that are in different teams and then eventually come together and, whoop a man's ass, just for fun, right? So I'm like, it's got flowers on it. It looks reasonable. It just wouldn't be my first choice for a Z, but there's lots of different things, and let's just go with it. I thought, well, what's the first? And my Japanese cars, they've all had either World War II plane names. They all have Japanese names, or Japanese names-ish. So I've got that one sports car that I haven't finished called Hayabusa. It's a natural metal finish and it's got green camouflage on it. It's going to look like a KI-43 with wheels, I guess, color-wise. So I'm like, I looked at this. What's the first thing I thought of this? And Fubuki. That's right. It's the name of the Japanese destroyer. There's lots of good Japanese destroyer names that could be translated into car names. And Fubuki sounds feminine. I wonder what the hell it means. Not only is Fubuki a feminine name, it also means, and I thought, okay, Fubuki, flowering Fubuki, right? Because I like those, what do you call them? When you have, one thing, alliteration, is that what I'm thinking of? Where it's, two words with the same letter next to each other kind of thing. It's like flowering Fubuki. We've got flowers on it. Fubuki looks like a good name for it. Fubuki is a snowstorm of flowers. That's literally what it means. I'm like, I will go no further than that. That's. I mean, it's got flowers on it. It's got the little cherry blossom things going on there. There's like a moonrise or a sunrise on it. I'm like, that's it. And that was just like complete whim. That turned out that way. So that's usually how I go about it. I'm like, this looks like a cool car. What would I call it? And then build shit around it that goes with the name. That's generally the way I do it. Not the other way, like, I built this thing and I don't know what to call it. So you added all these random parts on it. I mean, feel free to build it that way, but that's just not the way I go about things. So that's flowering Fubuki. That's how that happened. So it's going to be a girl driver. Yeah. Uh-oh, look out. Hey, that's on you. You make bad choices for the driver. That's you being a bad driver, not her. Flowering Fubuki is not extremely heavily armed. It's a performance car with a ram, a turreted machine gun, so it's the machine gun of the lightest type, and it has a special skill of slipstream. So we're not going to damage this very much. I mean, we're going to paint lights. We're going to have a machine gun here at the top of the roof. I've already kind of picked it out, and a small ram that doesn't look, out of place, which of course will be pink. I like to body match the colors of the attachments. Just looks better. Yeah, I read somewhere that it was a snowstorm of like flowers though. Maybe I have the wrong thing. Regardless, the name's gonna stick. Oh, Hanafubuki. Hanafubuki, a related term that means flower snowstorm or cherry blossom blizzard, describing the sight of cherry blossom petals falling like snow. That's what it was. Hanafubuki. Yeah, I'm gonna stick with flowering fubuki. Two words. Kind of like what? Benihana? No Benihana here. That's what it was. I looked it up and the AI gave me other suggestions I didn't ask for. Here's some other suggestions. Shut up. Shut up, AI. Yeah, so I'm probably going to give all my Japanese cars Japanese names. That are just not random, like, Italian cars have Italian names. German cars have German names. It makes sense. My Mexican cars are going to have, Mexican names. Okay. So that's how that got started. This one even had, I picked this up from the junk pile. And this literally has like a guy doing like rap stuff. Looks like little kid kind of graphics or whatever, but DJ Magic Mike or something. Good morning, Tritarch. I got one. Tow trucks are hard to find, man. I did find one that's got a world of bling on it. This isn't going to show up hardly at all, but I'm going to do it anyways. It'll add a small protective coating on it. But yeah, cop vehicles are hard to find. All the cops are going to be NPCs. They're going to be run by the GM, which means me, or we can all run them together. I like playing by committee. It sounds so like we're going to round you up and send you to the gulag, but this is about storytelling, not winning races. But the cops are going to be NPCs. And I don't think they're going to have traditional weapons on them, meaning they're not going to have miniguns and stuff like that. They're going to have rams. That's what they're going to do. They're going to want to ram you and get you off the damn road. And I have a feeling that they're all going to have. And I said this last night. I have nothing against cops, other than being, I live in a small town with a bunch of Barney Fife type police department people that like to go around and get in other people's business, you're parked you cross the street from where you work under a shade tree, and cops what you doing over here? The fuck you think I'm doing over here? I'm here every time. I've worked across the street there for 25 years. Go away. Go, there's a crackhead over there. Go fuck with him, That's the only problem I ever have with cops. I don't have a problem with cops and anything else. I don't even have a problem with them, in this town, you're going 2 miles an hour over, you're going to get a speed limit. I don't have a problem with that because I'm screw you. I'll put the cruise control on. You leave me alone. But I don't have anything against cops. But I'm probably going to give them all pig names. At least the cop cars will have pig names. like the Baconator and shit like that. Depends on what the car looks like. Which is funny because I don't really associate calling cops pigs because I like to eat pig and I don't want to eat a cop. So, anyhow, I think this is the one that we're going to call Tree Fitty. I think. This is such a cool van. It is. It looks like a Christmas ornament. This color. It's actually a beautiful green. Beautiful, beautiful green. Would work. I don't remember anything in the rulebook that allows the boom to act like a weapon. It is in there. Well, it's a weapon type thing. It's called a wall of amplifiers. And it's something along the lines of when you set the thing off, every car within medium range of the butt or of whatever it is that gets hit can have you rolled a hit still. I believe you rolled a hit. Every hit, you can either add a hazard to them or take a hazard away. So basically, you ride with your crew, and if you're in the middle of your pack and your crew has hazards, you can take those hazards away from them. If you're in the middle of a bunch of people that aren't your crew, you add hazards to them. Plus, you got a crew of 8 that are all shooting Glocks sideways. Or what are those other things called? Man, I haven't looked at gun stuff in a long time. I forgot. Those cheap-ass guns. High points or whatever the hell those things are called that are like $130 and weigh like a brick and are ugly as sin. I think they're high points. Can't remember. I can't remember anymore. Not like I have one. So I saw that as a weapon, and I'm like, that might be interesting to use for my urban cowboys. And I'm like, what vehicle would go on? I saw that bus, and I'm like, that's what it goes on. It goes on the bus, the boom bus. The bus itself already had like this air conditioning unit on it that looked like it could work already as one, but I'm like, nah, we gotta make a big boom box thing for it. Now the reason this thing's called Tree Fitty is it's going to have 350 calibers in it. One in the front, one in the rear, and one on the turret. I smell bacon. I smell grease. Here they come. They're the Spartanburg police. Well, the thing about the police thing also is, I don't want them to all be one team. You'll find like, Hot Wheels, Matchbox, whatever, and there'll be all kinds of different type of things. I don't have anything against cops unless they get to be all like activisty and shit like that. But I never watched police shows other than The Shield. I watched like 3 seasons of it after it had already out. I actually really liked it because it was corrupt. I would never watch an NCIS or that type of thing. It just, I just don't really have time for television. You wouldn't get all this cool creative shit I'm doing if I was watching TV. But that guy that was the crossing guard at the next town over, that police officer, he's he was almost too big around to put an apple in his mouth and roast him over a fire, if you know what I'm saying. That was a big mofo. Because he ain't chasing anybody down. That was a lot of polyester he was wearing. Your dad watches them almost religiously. Yeah, I just never got into them. Never got into them. And it's funny. It's funny that if I had a problem with the police, it'd suck because it seems like everywhere I move, there's a cop next door. There's a cop next door now. There's a sheriff guy, deputy. The first house that we moved in, the other house when we moved in 20 years ago, the guy that lived next door to us was the captain on the ship, which is pretty fucking high, in the county sheriff, and he ended up running for sheriff, losing, left town, went and got a job in Tallahassee. One of the ex-sheriff that ended up becoming a state senator ended up getting him a job up there, and he disappeared for a while. And then he came back into town like 3 or 4 years ago and got appointed by DeSantis as the deputy, as the acting whatever the hell you call it, sheriff. Super nice guy. Super nice guy. That guy was super nice. But I don't have anything against cops. But you know the thing is cops come in contact with people that are undesirable, whether they want to or not, just by the nature of their job. So you know, I don't mind keeping them as arm's length. I don't like coming in contact with any undesirables at all. You know. Okay. Oh, and this guy, we haven't decided whether we're going to repaint this thing or not. I feel like it needs to be repainted. We're just going to set it off to the side. It's a cool little vehicle. All right. So let's start looking at these pieces parts that go with these. Okay, so we're particularly interested in Fubuki, the Methscalade, and the Bully Goat. Why is it called the Bully Goat? That's what's on the graffiti on the side. I have to go with that. I would have come up with something a little bit more exciting than that. All right, let's get the innards of these three vehicles, which should all be painted black. Cue the music. Okay, this is the bottom of that guy, right? Okay, what's this? I see big rims. That's probably this one. Or maybe it's the other one. Oh, it's probably this one is what yeah. Okay, so the other big rim joker. You don't watch them even though your dad watched them? Yeah, you're influenced. I mean, I was influenced a lot by what my dad watched. Like, I never watched westerns. Why? Dad didn't watch westerns. Dad didn't watch sports. I don't watch sports. ¿Qué carajo está pasando aquí? I don't need to go together, just to kind of see what's on there. Oh boy. What's this? This is the jerry rig innards. Okay. This is the Bully Goat. Yeah, this was all like blue and shit. Like you can't start adding like 50 colors. You can't do purple and pink and blue and like, no. You gotta have a theme going. And I could take those and paint those things purple and it'll color match in there just fine. This is got all kinds of boom boxes and stuff in here. This is the methcalade. I'm gonna take it right out of my methcalade. Okay. Don't care about the windows at this point. What's this one go to? This is the jerry rig bottom. Bully goat bottom. Okay, which means its wheels are loose. And they got like, 27-inch rims or something like that. Yeah, the whole undercarriage of this thing was like green. Like, come on, man. You need to pick a theme. Depends. Sometimes I get them hooked on watching a series till we get tired of it. I was brought up watching westerns and with grand folks. The only thing I watched with the grandmothers was, or I'm older than you. So I remember them watching. My dad's mom in particular, who spoke no English, used to like to watch Price is Right. With Bob Barker way back in the day, like, mid-70s. I remember being a kid and she'd have that. She wouldn't know what the fuck was going on, but she still watched it. Didn't know what the fuck was going on. Oh man, I was going to say something about old TV. Oh, I know what it was. A show I never watched because it wasn't on when I was a kid. And I would have watched this show if it was on when I was a kid. And it would have been, they just didn't have, I don't live in a huge town. So we don't have access to all these things. But I'm at the dentist office and they always have that, what's that Nick at Night TV show that they show all reruns things? Whatever the hell it's called. I don't have TV, but it's not Nick at Night. It used to be called Nick at Night. But have all those old things like Hogan. They don't have Hogan's Heroes on it, but stuff like that. They had McHale's Navy. I've never seen McHale's Navy before, right? And the early episodes are black and white, and I can't listen to it. They have it playing while they're doing my teeth cleaning that I almost fell asleep from because I find it super relaxing to go to the dentist because I don't have dentist issues. So I tell them, yeah, it's like going to the spa for me. But I'm sitting there watching it, reading the subtitles, and they're calling the Japanese nips in there. And I'm like, I didn't get that from them. I got it from my own thing. I mean, I always call them nips because, Nipponese. I don't like calling the Japanese Japs because Japs is something else. And I'm not going to tell you what it is. You should know. I didn't come up with a name for it. Okay, this looks a lot better with all those things that were blue in a non-blue color. I don't know what the hell this is supposed to be. A Camaro, maybe? Maybe a Camaro. Something like that. All right. So these are the three that we're going to focus on. Because I've already done builds for them. And the things that are black will be repainted. Man, there's a whole lot of window on this thing. Whole lot of window. Both like sci-fi, war, and action movies. He's picky over fantasy genre, though I'm more of a Lord of the Rings fan. He's in dark fantasy like Conan the Barbarian. Highlander. I don't know. Everybody loves Highlander except me. I just think it was ridiculous. They could have been done something better with it. But Highlander, like in that time period, sure. But in modern times, it just didn't work for me. All right. Oh, of course, I was on the page and removed it. Son of a bitch. Okay, there is the meth lab, the bully goat. Okay, and so let's go to Fubuki. Flowering Fubuki has a ram, a turreted MG, and that's it. Alright, so obviously we do not want a ram that is going to interfere with the look of the vehicle. I just threw all this stuff in here. I know which ram it is. Let me actually pull them all out because I need to pick a ram for Bully Goat, and there's a good chance it'll be this one. Let's just take this stuff off to the side. And dump this. Lovely. Fuck you, I'll get you later. It's a weekend, I ain't bending over today. Oh, that might be another one, okay. Make sure we get all the rams. There's a couple of these that are kind of minimalist, and that's what I wanted to do. I wanted a minimalist. And I don't want to put rams on a vehicle that doesn't have rams, because it just, it creates, hey, look over here, what's this? Oh, it's nothing, I just wanted you to see, And she doesn't have any additional armor, so I don't want to go crazy putting a bunch of bolt-on armor on it. All right. So the small rams that we have, I believe it was this one that we were going to use, but let me check. It might have been this one. Just something on the very front. I think that's what it was. Yeah, it's too wide. Too much wider than the thing. I don't really want to hide the front of the Z. So this is going to be the ram that we're going to use for that. And the MG was just a simple little thing on top for her car. All right. Where's Leadfoot? It's put away. And there's no space for it up here. Okay, Fubuki, that's Fubuki. All right. Okay. The Methcalade has a ram, 2 front firing MGs, let's see, 15, that's 19, and 2 front firing MGs, that's 4 points, that's 20, okay. Yeah, okay, so that's what it's going to be. All right, so this guy here has a ram, and Bully Goat also has a ram, doesn't it? Yes, they both have rams. All right. It's probably going to be something like this. I don't want this. This is like, incoming, this goes on a rig. And Bully Goat's ram is probably going to be this one. And Bully Goat has a heavy machine gun facing forward. So, I could do something like this. This is like a double one. So, 2 small ones makes a big one kind of thing. This actually... Can you shoot through the ram? That's awesome right there. That's awesome looking right there. There's a space between the two things on the engine. You know, I want to avoid putting every single thing on the roof because the roof makes it think it's a turret. So we're not going to put it on the roof. We're going to put it like that. That's bully goat. Unless I have a single one. These are these almost 50 caliber air cool ones. I need to save this for that dude. This is like an assortment of things, but I'm out of some of the things. They don't give you. They only give you like they give you like two of everything. And you make, and honestly, these weapons are pretty good quality. They don't have any flash or anything. All right, I got to use the little boy's room. I'm gonna get a refill on a drink, and I'll be right back. Yeah, I picked up a bunch of like 1970s little Civic hatchbacks. I guess they kind of look like the Honda version of a Japanese Mini Cooper. They look a lot, well, Mini Coopers don't look bad, but they look better than Mini Coopers. I don't know, I got 4 or 5 of them or whatever, so those are probably going to be like, go look for like Matsu class destroyer escorts and see what their names are and what they mean. I'm not just arbitrarily throwing names on there. I want to see what they mean, but yeah, I'm a fan of Japanese cars myself, so. But other people need cars too. Honestly, the muscle cars look like some of the best cars for this. They look like they belong in this type of an environment. Okay, so now all right. Let's finalize what we're doing here. Okay, this has a heavy machine gun to the front. What about this has 2 machine guns to the front? Okay, there's this tray with 2 machine guns on it. I think I should put it there. It's not like it looks turreted. It's on a freaking tray. I think we're going to go with that. I haven't been able to find anything for that to go with. So I like that. All right, we just need to do an HMG to the front. Maybe we won't do this double, even though the double looks pretty cool. Some of these more, I mean, it's almost honestly looks like something that's man portable. That doesn't look bad. I want to keep the Vickers for the British. Should I give them the Vickers, sir? No, I like this thing right here. Got some huge fucking things. Yeah, okay. I think we've got all the pieces that we need. We have the bumper for her. Let's pack up all these pieces and haul them away. It's just quicker, just have everything in one place instead of like, all right, we're gonna put the grams in this place. I'm like, no, ended up like taking everything out anyways. Any armor plates I want to use for any of this stuff? Let me see. Not for Fubuki, not for the Bully Goat, none of these anyways. Those aren't bad. Do you have another one that's the same? Okay. Doesn't quite cover it, which isn't a disqualifier. No. I'll take those two with me, but I'll put everything else away. Francois, welcome back. Put this away. Let's get, this is the window for this vehicle. Here it is. I like having the windows on there because it allows you, if you add something to it, you can just you can glue it to the window, and it provides some support on the back end where it doesn't fall through. Okay, the front of this thing is like freaking massive. This plastic like ended up, when we drilled through it, it all kind of melted, and then it melted back together in a restrictive way. Okay. I'm fine putting a little plastic piece on that. How do I feel about this? Is it gonna make it look a little too rednecky? This does not need to be a rednecky looking vehicle. I think I am gonna put these pieces on there. I think it'll help make it look like an apocalyptic vehicle. And the same thing for the other one. What we'll do is we'll just reverse this so that it's sitting like so. Recreate a plate on the back that looks solid. Maybe do something with the front windshield here. Okay, let's do this one next. Okay, so the very first thing I want to look now is there is going to be some of the interior showing. I'm going to leave these side doors, the side windows open so you can see into there. I'm going to look at what year does it tell me what year Escalade this is? No. Okay, we're going to look at. We don't want anything really loud. We don't want to just cop out and do it in black. So we're going to do I don't think I've ever spelled Cadillac before. Two D's? No, two C's. Two C's, one D. Cadillac Escalade interior colors. Okay, and I want to see images. Why are you showing me exterior stuff? I like this leather color. Let's do that. But before we do any of that, we need to take these pieces that we know and we're going to prime them. We know they're going to be, we know those are going to be painted, so let's go ahead and prime them. How's it going there, Hoffman? Well, we're working on the Methcalade. And I might as well prime these parts for Fubuki as well. We're going to need to get we need to find the stickum. There we go. And hopefully we got enough bottle caps here. So let's go ahead and stick the stickum here. Prime that. It's going to be one of those things. If you're only using like 6 or 8 cars, why do you have 30 of them? Or why do you have 40 of them? Because that way you get to roll to see which one you get. Because it's fun, damn it. As the Frenchman says, mind your own business. Man, I wouldn't do some of that shit if I was you. Well, these are the cars that are going to do some of that shit. And I'll have to sneak in a little rising sun painted in there somewhere on that car. I think that's a good thing to have all the Japanese cars have a sneaky rising sun that I'll put on there. Whether it's rising or just a actual meatball, I'm gonna put on all of them. Actually sound the worst today, but definitely the best. I'm on 100% on energy. And I did the right thing not gaming last night. it's too big of an ask. It'll fuck up this morning. I didn't have the car sheets ready to go. Well, I knew I wasn't going to games. That's why I didn't have them ready. So. Temperature's been really weird. It's not summer, it's not fall, it's somewhere in between the two. The time's about to change and ruin our entire existence. That's going to be so fucking miserable. Coming home in the dark. And we're putting a dent on this guy's stuff that I got. You know? Unfortunately, I looked out there. There's not that many more other suppliers that... I mean, there's a lot of people that supply this stuff, but, I don't want to order them from England. They're just too expensive. The shipping. And like everything else, there's lots of people in the UK that make all these cool hobby things, which I guess they're doing it as cottage businesses. You can't make a living doing that here in the United States. Most of the suppliers of all the cool stuff that I'm looking for they're always in the UK. And the shipping is just, a fuckery. And I might as well do these as well, so that's why they're dry by the time we get to this guy. I think I can hold it by this and be alright. funny. This room goes from super cold to like there's no air circulation. I'm like dying in here from one moment to the next. Usually in the mornings it's freaking cold in here. It's like the only room that doesn't have a ceiling fan in it. And I'm not going to put one in it. It just would... It'd screw up with the lights. The lights are too good in here. It's also... I have it closed. If the door was slit open, it makes a big difference. Just want to keep the noise level down. I'm out here... Whoa, 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 whoa. And let's paint this up. Let's leave them upside down for a little bit. Alright, let's rinse this off. Alright, we got some details here on the roof that look like it could already have armored plates on that. So we're probably going to roll with that. I don't really have a front thing for it designed yet, so probably not going to mess with that. We need to paint the interior before we close it up, because you'll be visible through there. And we decided to do some kind of leatherette type color. Leatherette material. Let's see what we got here to start with. That's whole red. That's too close to the mahogany. Still too close. Something like this cork brown would probably be good. See if we can fire this thing up. Have this little fan attachment that, other than being a noisemaker, does put out some air. I got another fan. It just sits over by the bed. I'll bring that over every morning. EU is looking to scrap putting the clocks forward in spring and keep universal at time. I backed that for the UK too. So would it stay this time, or? I just don't. I don't want it to. I don't want to come home at 5 o'clock I don't want at 5 p.m. for it to be dark. I don't give a fuck when the sun comes out. The sun. I don't care if you don't get sun up until like 8:30 in the morning. But I do not want to come home from work in the dark every night. It's exhausting. It's like, oh, let me just go to bed then. You know, it's like. They keep saying that they're going to change it here. First of all, I'm in favor of them changing it. I'd prefer for it to stay this time. But I would prefer them changing it to the other time than do the drastic thing. But they probably won't change it. They'll find a way to, well, if we don't change it, we can hire all these other employees that'll actually, well, those guys are out of work, right? Because we still have a government shutdown. So I've heard. Not really. I don't care if those people come back to work. Enjoy your time off, pal. They get paid back pay. The people that are from the shutdown government, they don't go back to work. They get, did they get their back pay back? If they did, that'd be a sweet deal. Man, I hope the government shuts down every year. I get this vacation and they don't have to use any days for it. That'd be a pretty sweet deal. God, this is an ugly color. It's neither here nor there. Let's get rid of this nonsense. We're going to need a little bit of water, no doubt. Excuse me. Yeah, now that we got that bus, now we need these vehicles of the House of Boom. So they could run together. In a traditional race it won't matter, it's every person for themselves, so. I guess in that case they're playing music nobody likes. What would that be? What would be the universally hated music? Is there such a thing? Because I don't like anything even remotely rapish, but there's lots of people that apparently like rap music. Most universally hated music. Let's see what it says. Yeah, I don't want to know the ones that are disliked because, I'm just talking about even genres. The 1877 Cars for Kids commercial song. I actually know what that is. Yeah, that sucks, but that can't even be remotely the worst song. I mean, that's going to be like, different opinions. Like, what's your least favorite food kind of thing. But I'll be back dog walking time. Those deemed non-essential get furloughed and back pay. Essential have to work, no pay. Get back pay, though. So you basically want to, if you want to be a lazy ass, you want guys that are furloughed, get back pay, and you get a vacation. I mean, assuming you can pay your bills during that time. Which, if you work for the government, you're probably underpaid, so probably not. At least you're underpaid in this country. I don't know, maybe you make as much money as in other places. Yep. You have to be playing a song that everybody dislikes with the bus. You're fighting everybody. I don't know what the hell that would be. Good morning, Ben. The little like TV screens on the back of these. I wonder if there's TV screens on the back of these seats. We're not gonna put little scenes of These guys would probably have porn playing if anything. We're not gonna put little porn scenes on the back of that. There's just going to be enough of this shown that I feel the need to have to paint the inside of this somewhat. I don't mind doing it. We're not super detailing it. That would just be a waste of time. Oh, I forgot to ask Marcus what he thought about the whole reverse rebel flag thing. Yeah, it gets the point across without, you know, using this symbol of hatred. The one song that's terrible, but I think is pretty funny. I don't know what it's called, but it's one that came up of a meme election before last or whatever, and it had Biden and Trump. Biden was playing like these little drums, and Trump was dancing, and there was this cat involved in it, and it was this African type dance, which, other than it being repetitive, I thought it was actually pretty cool sounding. My wife can't stand the sound of it. Let's see if I can find it. I bet I can find it immediately. Let's see. I would go Trump, Biden, drums, cat. Let's see if I can find this little. Oh, there's apparently different versions of it as well. This song, I'm just going to play you the little tune. I mean, I don't know what language that's in. Obviously, it sounds something Middle Eastern. Yeah, I think that would probably get on everybody's edge. Put everybody on edge. Sounds like it's being played on like some like drum that you made yourself, out of a junkyard. It's Levin polka. What is that? Or is it Yavan polka? What is that? It's actually kind of fun. I mean, I wouldn't want to listen to it for like, 3 hours straight on repeat, But the cat's doing one of these, like, in the background. Sounds like something from Pakistan or something, I don't know, maybe Morocco. Used to jam to that song. It's a cool song, man. At least it's got a beat, It's got to be. I generally don't like music that's, for instance, that's all over the place. And what I mean by that is, like, I happen to like jazz, but I like smooth jazz, where everybody's kind of on the same team instead of competing against each other. It gets a little too chaotic for my ear. I don't enjoy it. It's a Finnish song. What? I would have never guessed that. No. Epic of Gilgamesh. Cool. Ben's probably right. Even polka was a meme back in the day. Well, the Finnish thing that's great is that one guy who's, I think, from Finland, that's a composer. And I didn't even know that it was a thing, but there's like this, I think it's called folk metal. And I like that heavy kind of stuff as long as it's melodic and it doesn't have lyrics that just throw everything into the garbage can. As I've gotten older, I've got less and less interest in lyrics. And there's this like Epic of Finland. It's like 20 minutes long. It's on YouTube, and it's phenomenal. It's set to videos. I gotta find this thing. I've mentioned it before. I'd never heard of this guy before. He's got like this name with a bunch of repeat A's next to each other. Okay, hold on. Finland folk metal. Let me see if I can find it. And I don't like everything. This thing is incredible. It's 25 minutes long. I'm not going to play it for you. Let's see if I can make this big. This guy's name is Antti, like Antti, Martikainen music, and it's free. And this thing is called Kalevala. This thing is incredible. It's 25 minutes long. It has beautiful, really beautiful lyrics, visuals to it, and the music is incredible. I think it's incredible. But I like all that guitar riff shit, you know. So I grew up with that crap. Kind of stuff that makes you drive too fast, though. And I don't really care about lyrics because I don't hear well, so it's hard for me to make out what they're saying, anyways. You know, so finished. That totally sounds Middle Eastern. Or, you know, North African. And it looks like it's played on some drum that, you know, we all went together and welded something together and made it work, you know? Like the back of one of those Danish cookie boxes or whatever, you know, one of those Danish cookie containers. But music is extremely subjective. Subjective. Yes, yeah, I think I said that right. Man, I like listening to this half-ass voice I got. Even more than food. Hoffman, I don't know if you're still on here, but man, like the music that's in Dynasty Warriors, a lot of it is incredible. Like, I don't like every song, but some of the songs are fucking badass. And they don't have lyrics. I don't know why they decided, like, okay, well, we're gonna be a Japanese company and we're gonna make a video game about Chinese characters, but we're gonna play it to Western heavy metal music. I guess that's considered heavy metal. Okay, I think that's just enough detail that we need. So when we close this thing up and your eye strays in there, there's something to look at. Over your COVID, you mean my flu? Yeah. I mean, I just had a lot of cough. It's something, it's sinus, completely sinus. Nothing in my throat. Throat never hurt. Really didn't feel bad any day. The first 2 days, really low on power. That's it. Never felt bad. Annoyed, couldn't go to sleep. First 2 days, came back from work, and I'm like, I'm going to bed. Because everything was just too much trouble. Not that I couldn't stay awake. It's just like, it wasn't worth staying awake, you know? Yeah, you're still struggling with some milliput. Yeah. Encountered the Jet 2 holiday meme song yet? No. Is it really annoying? They haven't started playing holiday music where you're at, huh? Jet 2 holiday meme. Primarily viral TikTok internet trend using the phrase "nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday," whatever the hell that means, which originated from the commercials featuring the song "Hold My Hands" from the famous ironic early tones. Can't get this sound out of my head. Has used this. Okay, well, show me the damn disclaimer. I dislike most music. There's a lot of bad music out there. Even within genres I dislike most of the music. Watch on TikTok. No, I don't have it. I don't know what it is. If it's whatever she's talking over, it's like some kind of like tech. I mean, that's not bad. I mean, it can't be what you're talking about. It's got to be something like super, like annoying and shit like that. I dislike anything that's like chaotic. It's just like everybody's playing a different instrument and they're all fighting each other. It's like, dude, like you're like one team, like you know. You got song, every advert break, and on every video, it's just like Twilight Zone. Oh, it's for us Brits. It was on lots of adverts for years. Now people put it over random videos. Now, I'll have to try to make a note of like songs that are really annoying. It's just that are just over the top. I generally don't like. I don't like anything that's remotely rappy. Especially that have, and I'm going to have to play when I get some of these Urban Brotherhood vehicles done. We're going to do a showcase with some of the songs that are on here, but they don't have lyrics and stuff. The lyrics makes it even worse. But I don't like the little snare drum, the little rattlesnake music is what I call it. It's what it sounds like. There's a little rattlesnake. It's just like there's stuff missing in it. It's like you've got the really low bass and you've got the snare drum that's just really high. That rattlesnake the whole time, you know, and I just don't care for it. And then like the middle is missing. It's like okay. But then I don't necessarily like the heavy metal stuff that's just it's too grungy, too much. It's too back and forth, like it's too like mechanical. Like oil that machine, damn it. Like Metallica, I don't like Metallica. Metallica's way too. It's not melodic enough. Although I probably should go through and say, is there any of it that I do like? I don't know. You suffer occasionally from rhinitis, leading to blocked nose. Well, I've definitely changed because I'm more susceptible to dust and things like that. So, than I used to be. Yeah, we'll be able to be hearing Christmas music soon, and there's a handful of Christmas songs I can deal with not being able to not ever hearing again, and it's not the ones that everybody complains about. Okay. All right, we can move on to find out what we're going to cover up on this thing. Oh, now we got to do the front side. Okay, let's do that so this can dry. Well, we're gonna need new of this. New of this. Sometimes I'll come across something I hear. Oh, you don't remember this song? I said, no. Man, they used to play on the radio all the time. Yeah, and every time I heard it, I'd change the channel immediately, so I never heard the rest of the song. I forgot what that was in reference to, but yeah. I like most food. I dislike most music. Sorry. I can't be into everything. Bluegrass. Like what in the hell? There's country music and then there's bluegrass. I don't like either one of them, but I probably could handle listening to some country music. I don't know if I can listen to any bluegrass music. Generally, anything that's like folk music, like I'm out. Like I'm not interested in that. You know. Oh, I know what song came on, and what's his name's not on here anymore because he was always a. I don't know what the hell happened to him. He fell off a cliff or something. Um, he's always saying that he liked Led Zeppelin. I really only like one song by Led Zeppelin. But man, that "Going to California" song, makes me want to punch a hippie, man. God, I hate that song. Like, why would anybody like that song? Whatever that California song is. Oh my God. Makes you want to hit a homeless person with a ukulele or something. Like, get out of here. It's. Why couldn't I have been born deaf? Oh man, that one came up on my rotation the other day, and I'm like, I gotta remember that I hate this thing. Oh my God, that goes nowhere all at once. If that's your favorite song, well, I guess we'll have a duel at about 3 p.m. in the parking lot. All right. Another reason to hate California. That song right there. All right. We have that done. With those two, those are going to cover the back. Cover that. We need a back covering here, and we don't have any weapons on the back, so it can be solid. and we could put some pistol ports on it to make it look like there's some potential to deal out some damage from the rear, but it'll be in pistol fashion. So let me take one of these that hasn't been violated, like preferably this one that we're using, and just cut out some strips of this stuff. Get a homeless person with a ukulele. There you go. You know, I get it. Music makes different people feel different things. That one just makes me feel stuff I don't want to be, you know. And like, I like 80s music, but there's some 80s music, I can't think of it right now. They're just like, yep, I like 80s music, but I don't like that one. And man, they used to play the hell out of it, whatever it was. Man, if this stuff would stick with weld cement, it'd be amazing, because this is really easy to work with. It's flexible. It's free. Woo! Free head rush. Crap, I said that and all of a sudden I think of a little bit shorter. Should really keep some of these little strips, they're handy. Wow, still. Okay. And now we need to take some off the top. And it's an opportunity to straighten these things out also. I've tried measuring this, it just doesn't work for me. I have to just kind of eyeball it. And you can put a little bit of a bend on it and it stays kind of bent. So that's one of the things on my shopping list is we need to get more super glue. And I really dislike this super glue. Maybe somebody out there likes it. This ultra liquid thin, it's like, I think it's thinner than water. I don't know how they managed to do that, but it's like you put it here and it's like next thing you know it's over there. It's like, what the hell? Like, hey, if I'm making a mess with something, there's something wrong with the product. I'm a pretty detail-oriented person. Personage. All right, let's cut in both of them. A wee tad. So we'll keep this corner. We'll go in like that, and then we'll go in like that. This doesn't have to be perfect. This is homemade, probably by people that welded on there smoking blunts. Okay, so it doesn't have to be, it just doesn't need to look like an eyesore. I think we're where we need to be. And can we go ahead and glue this in place? I think so. And I'm not going to use a hot glue gun. There's a thing that happened. I ran into some issues with one of the other ones, putting a little couple spots of the hot glue gun, and then that created just enough airspace that it pushed on the window down, and then everything in there is such a tight fit on the Hot Wheels that it didn't allow anything else to fit in its place. It was hard to close back together. There was that tight a tolerance on everything. So what I'm gonna do, geez, damn it, man. We're gonna go ahead and I don't know how well this will hold, but did we just run out? We're about to gonna, as my daughter used to say when she was little. A little tall in this corner. Ever so slightly tall. Might try the Gorilla Super Glue. See how it behaves differently. Super glue's gotten really expensive. I mean, this thing's like $4 or $5 now. Or maybe the dollar's gotten worthless. Or maybe both. That's probably the correct answer. Now the MGs that are on the travel tray, on the roof of this thing, I am going to hot glue gun them down because I don't want to pull out the epoxy. And they're sitting on this roof that has ridges. I'm glad I finally found something that these work on. Might actually work with super glue. Let me get the super glue right here. Now, we may need to adjust it. Let's use the green one. The green one's like an extra $2. This is the movable one. Which I didn't even know existed. Let's just do 2. I don't know if it covers the other areas. This part's we're gonna paint that like solid strips because that's really what it looks like. It's just a matter of what we're gonna do to the front windshield here. This is the one that goes here, right? Yeah. Which means this big nasty. I may not put any armor on the sides here. I think it looks pretty good. I like for it to keep the look of an Escalade. But we are going to have to paint these lights behind it before we put this thing on and cover that up. And this driver is going to have a skill too, because he's something like not driving angry, but one of them angry things, you know, because, you know, he's on meth or whatever. This thing's gonna look great, and it's gonna look like it belongs in, you know, a war zone. Out. So YouTube just recommended some North Korean black metal to me. Really? Well, is there any metal in North Korean that wouldn't be black? That's the thing, is a lot of that stuff I'll like listen to it. I'm like, it's just too hard to listen to. You know, it just gets too hard to. You know, I like that kind of music, but sometimes it's just too hard to listen to. Like, even if you take something like Judas Priest, right? Some of their songs are rocking, and some of them are like, there's just too much going on. It's not melodic enough, and the riffs are good. And the same thing happens with Maiden. Some of the riffs are just great. And sometimes, like, you know, if you could just like turn the drums down a little bit, it would be right where it needs to be. And some things are right where they need to be, and some of them are just like, you know, just not do as much coke this time when you write the song a little bit. So that's why I find with a lot of metal is that way. It's just a little like, you know, everybody needs to have their place. You know, not like everybody competing all at the same time for the same, hey, look at me all at the same time, you know, so. All right, I'm going to get a soda, and we'll be right back. We will do the front of the window. Be right back. Mongolian throat music. In a way, it's soothing, but I know all the words to that. You know, I'm out getting my soda, and I'm thinking, I just mentioned Maiden, and the first thing I thought of right now is I'm totally doing an all-girl race that's going to be called Bring Your Daughter to the Slaughter. Definitely. I have 2 female drivers. I probably could come up with I probably already have the cars for probably a dozen female drivers that are obviously female drivers. Like, that's a female driver. I got another pink car, that's not going to be a female. That driver is not even going to like females. Nothing wrong with that. It's part of the entertainment value. Yeah, I got one. I got this little British car. It's made by Matchbox. I don't know what it is. It's a Morris something or another. See if I can find it. Matchbox. I'd look through it, but I don't want to tear all that up. Morris, this one. A Morris Minor. I have one of these. And this is going to be a vehicle, and I already know what the name of this thing's going to be. That thing's going to be called Jeeves. And I don't know what I don't know what I'm going to have it armed with. Probably just defensive stuff. Oh, sorry about that, sir. You know, it's going to have like spills. It's going to have spill shit behind it. Oil slick, and you know, it's a little buggy named Jeeves. Nope, we need a bigger piece than that. Gosh. Holy Captain Ahab, Batman. And this is like, I'm not using this just because it's free. I mean, that helps. But it's like the right thickness. This is like the thickness that I want it all to be. And it's bendable. Alright, now the only problem with this is I gotta be careful. If I put this on here and I see this from another angle, you're gonna be able to see this blue stupidity. So we're going to have to cut it and not glue it yet, paint it, and then glue it afterwards. Oh, shut up. So we're going to block the front, put a vision slot, and probably put something that looks like a pistol port on the pasajero side. Estás imposible. I just don't care for the whole Mars shtick in the game. You know, it doesn't really matter though what the reason they're having this death duel battle thing. It's irrelevant. There we go. Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking. All right, so let's do something like that. This will be armored in the top. Something will be over here, remotely of that size. We'll put a little wind. We'll do a little rain guard on that, just to give a little bit of detail. All right, let's cut this out. And we're going to use, I guess, this to glue it down. We'll cut this out, and then we'll go ahead and prime it on the back. Okay, that's good. Let's go ahead and prime it on the back. Let that dry a little bit. Too big. Yeah, I see on the Gaslands group constantly people post things on there, and I'm like, I rarely see something that's like, I'm not trying to poo-poo other things, I just have different ideas than some other people. You know, they make too many vehicles that just, either they'll make them all of one team and they all look similar colored, which isn't really the direction I want to go in, or they just make them all, like they're too damaged. They're too damaged to run a race. Like, they gotta be in good shape, because these are gonna beat the crap out of each other. All right. Kind of wish it didn't have the flames that'll work. Because there's not going to be any flame. There's no flaming in this car. What do you mean there's no flaming here? No flaming allowed. No flame for you. And you know what? We've got kind of I'm probably going to do the wheels in a bronze color. Not gold, not silver. I'm probably going to go do them in a bronze color. I think it'll probably work. No flaming loud. I'll see myself out. There's other vehicles for that. This isn't one of them. Man, we don't put up with that shit in our vehicle. Man, you better get out of here. Ain't got no time for that. Sécate, cabrón. I could probably stick it on there. It wouldn't matter, but I just don't want that light color on. I wish I wish everything I had was black. That way you could just be able to detach it without having to prime it. Might as well take. There was I was actually looking at this. You might get a kick out of this. When I was going through that store that had this junk pile, I'm like, what if I got a bunch of Japanese cars? And I may still do this. You'd get a kick out of it. I think you would get a kick out of this, if anything. I did within the Japanese team, I did a set of 5 Gatchaman cars. And they would all be focused on the color schemes that the characters used. I don't know what their traditional names are. I don't know. You know. But you could have, a Kiop car. I forget what it says. Supposedly in the Japanese thing he was cussing. Well, I don't know Japanese cuss words, and we're not going to go there. I'm not really interested in that. But that would work. That would work, The Kiop car would, of course, be the small one. They'd all have to be Japanese vehicles. None of this, The only vehicle that wouldn't have to be Japanese would be Mark. I think Mark's car you could do like a muscle car that would have. And I may do that. I may do that. I think it would be cool. Well, first of all, the colors are all different from each other. That would work, But Owl would have to be some kind of a bus. Some bus thing like that. Some big Daihatsu truck or something. I thought about that because like the colors on their uniforms and stuff are varied enough that it would work. Yeah, I don't know if they would have any of the skills or you wouldn't have Princess that used like a freaking boomerang or something like that, right? I think she uses a boomerang. Man, I love that. I loved that show as a kid. I mean, when I was a kid in the late 70s, my favorite cartoons were that and Johnny Quest. Johnny Quest was always good. Yeah, but I was looking at that. I'm like, man, I got so many cars. Yeah, Mark could probably get away with not having a traditional Japanese looking car. He definitely belongs in like a brooding muscle car. I know exactly which one I have. It's a make believe vehicle, but it's definitely not. They would never build something like that in Japan. I mean, the most muscled looking car the Japanese make would be something like the Lexus F series or whatever, which looked really badass. If you're sitting on like $90,000. Um, what did the Gotcha Man characters? Ryu, okay. Junpei. Joe Asakura is Mark. Totally could do a car in those colors. You know, not the cape. And I've never seen this cartoon in traditional second command marksman and weapons expert. Alright. Alright, what about Ryu? What's he do? Horn owl says pilot, right? But what is his skills? Totally could do something with green and brown. A million cars you could do with Princess. I may do that. I may do that. And then people will be like, hey, that looks like it. Sure fucking does, doesn't it? You know? Well, if anybody can handle doing it, I'd be able to handle doing it. And then you'd have to... You know, the coolest thing about it is the bad guys, can't remember what the hell their names were, they'd always have these contraptions in the shape of, you know, real world creatures, but, you know, like the mechanical fucking octopus or some shit like that. It was like huge, you know, so it was like kaiju like things, you know, but like mechanical kaiju. I'm telling you, there's so much to do with this that's inspirational, that it just never stops. I want to avoid that area near the opening. But I've never seen it in Japanese. I might actually like it more or less. I guarantee I won't like it the same. Okay. Looks like shit because it's in white. It looks generic. All right, where's Les Tweezers? Well, probably the first thing to test it with is do Mark's car, right? Do it and then repaint it. I've already got one that's basically that same blue that his uniform is. Just a matter of adding some brown stuff to it. Why did you twist on me, you? Let's make sure it goes a little bit further than the edges. If I could use weld cement, I'd be having a field day. Doing a test car would be a good idea. I'm going to get going, have so much mill to put on this model. I need to put it down before I mess one side up. All right. Well, we'll probably look at doing that then. I'm glad somebody knows what the hell I'm talking about. What anime is this? I said the original anime, damn it. Okay, that looks good. All right. Yeah, I tried messing with milliput. I didn't have any luck with it. I wasn't maybe holding my mouth right or something. It's not a thing I'm a master of for sure. Fuck me. This may be the best looking vehicle I'll end up doing. It's certainly looking that way. It's got some pretty good potential at this point. Where is this hitting? I want to say it's hitting on the body, not on the window. There's no point in putting glue on the window when it ends up hitting on the body. I think that's what the situation is here. Let me make sure I don't have another bottle of this. I don't think I do. Two bottles of this extra thin. I'm flat out not using that. It came like in a value pack. Well, it wasn't a good value if you don't use half the stuff in there. I got another green one down here, but I think the green ones. I think you don't get a whole lot of these things in these things. Maybe I'm wrong. Oh, God be praised. Okay. forget who has the green one. Walmart. It's expensive. It's like freaking $7 or something like that. It's like an extra $2 or whatever. So once these two panels are done, we need to do something to the back. And then we'll start priming these things black. So then we can do the iron treatment to them. Okay. And same thing on this side. Yeah, I know exactly which car I would use. Alright, I look forward to doing that. What's that guy's name anyways? What's his character's name? Joe something? Like a who? Asakura. The Condor. Okay. Well, we could just call the car the Condor. Flight of the Condor. Okay. Let's put this lid back on here. Now, the back, we're going to make some kind of a port or something back here. It can be something simple. It can be something as... be 2 flaps. And of course on the front, we're going to have this. That's all the stuff we're going to add to this one. So I'm going to go use the little boy's room. I'll be right back. Yeah, I bet I probably have all the cars that would work for something like that. I bet I probably do. That'd be pretty cool. That'd be pretty cool. I don't know what the hell they'd be armed with. Boomerangs, all of them. I think that's what they had. They had boomerangs or some shit, you know. Like, boomerangs one of those things you think is cool as a kid, and then as an adult, I'm like, that fucker's never coming back. It's like a fire and forget. It's never gonna come back. Alright. Brothers from another mother. More like brothers from a different father. Alright. Let's get, we need to seal these things up because we don't want this thing popping out. So let's go ahead and grab the hot glue gun. Bully goat will be next. I might as well paint this stuff black while I'm waiting for it. Alright, so we're going to have all of this. And this roof section that for some reason has like these like, if this was glass, it's like separated in little pieces, so it's gonna be metal now. Armored. Okay. And there's a little bit of this showing here. And the back plate. Ben, I don't know if you're still on here. You said you had a neighbor that was interested in playing this? Or you have a neighbor that, in other words, that already played this and was interested in playing Gaslands, or he's interested in other stuff and you might get him to play Gaslands. And I'm sorry I wasn't able to play a game last night, but it just wasn't doable to go over to Mitch's and do that. You have to wait until next week sometime. All right, this is looking pretty darn good. It's going to look even better when we get that iron on. Definitely looks like a battle vehicle. No doubt about it. It's funny, the double machine guns aren't exactly in the center. They're off just a tiny bit. And I'm okay with it. Almost like they wanted to put them in the center, but maybe it was like the dome light interfered with them. They couldn't attach it because the dome light was in the way. Something stupid. Some stupid reason. There's my this thing fired up yet? Get that shit all in there. Oh, that one just hinges. That one just latches in the front. Okay. Well. Those wheels are moving too. And then we'll have to fire this thing up again to put the ram on the front. But we need to paint the grill and everything before the ram. Might actually be my favorite one. I don't know. I'm having a hard time beating that green screen. It's just the color of the green is just like awesome looking. Don't I have a metallic purple? I do. I don't know if it's going to be a color match for it though. Oh, it's pretty damn close. This purple amethyst. We should say the date when this thing was manufactured. Is there anything on the bottom of it? Nope. I definitely got this thing in the 80s. Maybe it'll be a good match for it. Maybe it won't be. Just when you think you won't use a color at all, start painting something different. You'll be like, wow, this is really handy. Alright, so I'm going to find out what year Escalade this is. Cadillac Escalade years. Images. Cadillac Escalade years made. It's been around for really. It's been around for 20 years. I guess it has been. All right. Let's see which one of these fronts it has. None of these. All right. Well, what year is it? First of all, when was it made? 2002. Okay. So if it's made in 2002. It's not going to be a modern. It's a model year before 2002. So Escalade year models. Visit. Let's see what year it was first made. Okay, in 1999. Okay, so so we're gonna go with Cadillac. Escalade. Let's just start with 2002. See what we got, and look at front. How did I get? I'm searching in Wikipedia. I don't want to. Escalade. 2002 front. And then we'll go back to 99. Is it that one? I don't think so. Okay, 2001 front. No. 2000 front. No. Okay, 1999 front. And if it's none of them, then I'm just going to paint the things up to my own. It's definitely not one of those. Just. It's more like a 2003. Alright, so let's go ahead and take. Got any of this black paint left, or is this kind of like on its way out? I think it might be on its way out. The primer. Prime this. What's this at the top? Are there little turn signals at the top there? That's weird if that's the case. Let me do something different. Let's look at Hot Wheels. It's called Boombox. There's all kinds of different variations of them, including here's some cool ones right here. Alright, let's do Hot Wheels Boombox. What vehicle based on? Oh, we can do, there's a Wikipedia article for this? Okay. Boombox. Man, there's a lot of versions of it. Well, I'm going to leave that alone. I don't think having some kind of a funky ass turn signal way the hell up there makes any sense at all. So we're not going to paint that like it's anything. I mean, I like the idea of painting these like they're real vehicles, and then they decided like, you know, we need to have a war with these things, and then they modify them. Back's ready to go except these lights. Okay, that's what I thought. Okay. Let me go check up on one thing, just 1 second. All right. Oh, let me close this back up. All right, so let's get the iron out here, which I thought I left here. There it is. Rough iron. And we're going to go ahead and paint everything that would get this rough iron treatment. We can go ahead and start drying. And we're going to use kind of an overpaint on this. And this color really is similar enough to the body color as it is. I may not add any body color to it. It's not running that much visual interference. I do need to sit down and clean a bunch of these brushes out. Throw away maybe 2. I mean, the brushes are fine. They just need some TLC and. All right. So this back plate is going to get some of this. Yeah, this is a complementary color to this metallic maroon that this vehicle's in. Okay. And same thing with the front here. I want to say I used to have a color that was similar to this. Iron something bits, metal bits, iron bits, dwarven bits. Dwarven bits is something different. I need to paint some dwarven bits. You keep that to yourself, pal. I don't want my bits painted. Keep your hands off my bits. Okay. And then this one as well on this side. Let's see if we can't finish this before we have to stop. That's a reasonable goal. All right. And these sections here, the roof. Now, the front of the grill and everything, we'll give that the normal silver treatment because it was like part of the vehicle. Part of the package of the vehicle. And same thing with this stuff back here. Alright, so then we're going to switch to something like this. I'm going to go buy a D12 today. It's white. A white D12. This is Iron Warriors. Ah, shit. I forgot to do this whole ram thing. Yeah. Damn it, man. Because this will be this color as well. This rusty metallic undertone type thing. tin bits. Tin bits is what this color used to be called. And I had a bottle of it in, I don't know, we'll call it the second version of Games Workshop. Might have actually been the third or the fourth, but the first ones I have are these traditional bottles. And then they ended up, the next time I bought them, they were in hexagonal shaped bottles that that were made of hard plastic with a black lid that was also hard plastic, and they didn't seal with a shit. And then this particular color tin bits I used once, and when I went to use it the second time, I couldn't get the bottle open, or I got the bottle open and it was all dried out. So that packaging really sucks. What they're packaging them in now, these, is okay. Just the originals are like softish rubber or softish plastic with rubber-like properties in the actual body of the paint jar, and a rubber top, and those seal the best of anything else. This is hard plastic here with rubber at the top, so you got 50-50, but the soft on both helps them to bind together a lot better. So that's going to look something like this. All right. But behind this, we're going to have the traditional looking grill or whatever, where they just attach this on it. Now this TV tray that's on the roof, I feel like that needs to be the color of the body of the car. I feel like it would look better if it was like the body of the car. Alright, so now we can set this aside, go back and look at the Iron Warriors, and touch up the rest of the stuff that we were on when we realized that we had missed part of the process. So we're just going to give this the underlayer here of this. That's going to all this stuff that's going to be metallic. I got an ex-co-worker that I'm sending all these pictures of these things completed with, and he's always like, man, this is my favorite one. I sent him, oh, I like that one better. I think this is going to be his favorite one. This is going to be a fun one to pronounce. The Mescalade. Man, that vehicle's messed up. You got it. And it looks so different when you add the weathering. The weathering makes a huge difference. And it's simple weathering. I mean, all we're doing is, taking our traditional three colors and dry brushing them. Our traditional three colors we've used on almost every vehicle. Every World War II vehicle, other than the ones that are going in the desert. Okay. This TV tray. Line this back up. Okay. Burgundy, huh? Damn, that's not spot fucking on. Let's use, I don't like using this one, I like using the middle one. Ironbreaker. To metalicize it a little bit. That's messed up. And this also has an extra crew member. So there's, normally this would have this is a truck class and would have 3 crew members in the game. This has a 4th crew member. So it has 2 firing machine guns towards the front. So if you're not in the front, you'll be able to shoot 4 pistols, 360 degrees. Of course, they're only medium range, so they only go about so far. But on your way to ramming somebody, because that's what this guy's out here to do. He's out to wants to get close and personal. Did I get a spot of this stuff? It's funny, this thing does not look that far out of place with these other colors on it. going to do is we're going to add a little bit more of this to lighten it up. In certain places. Alright, let me step away from this thing. Kill this light. Yeah, I'm going to take these parts that we know are going to be shinier, and we're going to bring them up. Right back. I'll use little boy's room. Back in Jeff. Okay. And of course this thing too, but this gets kind of a different treatment. This color is way too subtle of a thing for the front. The front is going to be dramatically more involved than that. So let's go ahead and let's get this a good mix. And of course, we still have black lining to do on it. Makes a huge difference. Oh, why this is like really thin. Feels like a Sunday all of a sudden. It's like a bad batch of this. What do we got? We got lead belcher. I have another iron breaker. Yeah, this one's better. I guess it's better. Obviously, we're going to be bringing those up even more. Let's go ahead and do the wheels. We said we were going to do bronze wheels. We are going to do that. We're going to use the Vallejo bronze, which is actually I got another color here. What color is this? Rich espresso, but yet it's metallic. Let's try doing that as a base color. Always bring that up. The bronze is already kind of like a goldish type color, so. Yeah, I think that looks good. I'm actually amazed how much detail these little cars have and how much enjoyment you can actually get from them just by painting some of the stuff that's already there. Got these like the disc back here on the brakes. I'm painting these the same color just because it makes sense. I'm not going to be able to tell that much of a difference when we do the weathering, but start adding too many different colors all at once and it looks weird to my eye. Alright, now we're going to go ahead and do the black lining. You should see a big change, big positive change. Fumble fuck. And you can say your ass down there too. Not strong tone, dark tone. How we doing on dark tone? Make sure it's not open. Fumble fuck. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. No. Let's make these door panels pop out. Let's just do the front part so we have somewhere to hold it. Wheels don't turn, perfect. And that's actually really useful, not having the wheels turning, because then it's not, it meets a point on the table where it needs to be, and you don't have to worry about sliding away from it. still need to do some work to the front of the grill so we can permanently attach this. Man, it looks really good, but it's almost too subtle. It's almost like the stuff that I've modified to it doesn't stand out as much. Let's clean this up while we're thinking about it. Ooh. Man, it's been a while since we got any comments. I'll put you fuckers to sleep. Okay, and on the back, of course we need to do red. Anything else would be uncivilized. think what we're going to need to do is we're going to, let's get the mithril silver, bring up the things that are chromish on the car itself, and yeah, then we could start probably weathering. Where's Mr. Mithril Silver here? There we go. What did we just apply on here? The red? Okay, cool. Let's go ahead and do the weathering. That's going to determine a lot of stuff on here, what I'm going to do with some of this. All right, so let's go with chocolate brown. I need my glasses, I can't see back there. This should be chocolate brown. It is. And US field drab and Iraqi sand. Yep. All right, let's get a dry brush that we don't mind dry brushing with. Say something like this one right here. So, in typical fashion, get almost all this out and start working the wheel areas over. And this is where we probably fire the hot glue gun and glue this on. Yeah, so we'll be able to get this guy done. Damn near empty. It's the weight of the cap. There's nothing in the bottom of it to counterweight the weight of the cap. When I put that Iraqi sand color on top of it is what's going to make the big, like, that's going to determine whether or not this thing is, how close it is to being done. Just touching on the bottom, or is it touching somewhere else? I might add some. Oh, it doesn't touch bottom when I do that. Oh, well, I wasn't counting on that. All right. Oh, it doesn't touch bottom over on this side. But it does over here. No, it doesn't. Interesting. Okay. Well, that won't work then. It'll kind of work. We'll remove this. How did I not catch that before? It tilts down a little bit. That was it. No big deal. Okay. Back to weathering. Okay, the mid color. The mid color is U.S. Field Drab. don't need an airbrush for any of that stuff. The only reason I even use an airbrush is just so I don't have to use those damn rattle cans. And then the final step is Iraqi sand. Final weathering step. Alright, it's time to gather the rust. Soft tone, mid-brown, light tone. It's a relatively dark vehicle, so it's not going to turn out. And here I thought we were going to do Fubuki first. We did not. Angry drippage. Let me zoom out. We need to touch up the machine guns. This thing's getting pretty close to being done. Let's put it next to something that's... No, it looks good. It's just getting... There's a lot of interference of colors here that, you know, I gotta squint my mind to get around it. But no, it looks good. It looks good. Still, my favorite is still this guy right here. That turned out really, really well. And I got lots of other cars that are like that. This thing's probably going to look really nice too. This little. And I got lots of these traditional American muscle cars with engines showing. So, a couple of things we need to do. We got these machine guns up here that need some TLC done to them. So we're going to come in with Iron Warriors is the darkest one. Door handles. think we need to paint the rear view mirrors, and that's it. The side mirrors. And we can call this one done. We have a successful stopping point. Yeah, I think that looks pretty good. So we're going to call the Methscalade done. All right, folks. Well, we'll see you guys on the next one. Thanks for stopping by. And I don't know if we'll be back on later today, but definitely tomorrow.